Okay, so let's start. Wishing you a very, very good morning here in Ljubljana. We have a nice chilly weather, so hopefully that will keep us fresh during the morning. If not enough, we will have coffee break as well. So welcome everyone. My name is Reka Toja. I'm the director of the education department at the Asia Europe Foundation. And it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you here at the 16th ASEFClassNet Conference titled Leading Change, Digital Transformation in the Era of AI. So we prepared today a very exciting program for you. We will start with welcome remarks from our hosts and from our ASEF executive director to set the scene for our discussions for the next 3 days. Then today we will also have the chance to listen to exciting keynote presentations, but we will also have workshops to spice it up for you and give you as much room for discussion and exchange of thoughts and networking as possible. So let's start the official part of the program. We will have 4 wonderful welcome remarks by our organizers and hosts. So first, we will start. I invite Ms. Jasna Rojic, State Secretary of Ministry of Education of Slovenia, to welcome you in this beautiful country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished government representatives and honorable ambassadors, dear guests, I extend my warmest welcome and greetings to all the esteemed participants gathered here today at the 16th ASEF Classroom Network Conference. It is truly an honor to officially inaugurate this significant event, bringing together a diverse and accomplished group of school principals, teachers, IT experts, and education professionals from both Europe and Asia. In the field of education, where time is the true measure of value, is the enduring legacy of teacher network, active since 1998, is of great importance. Such a network, with its roots firmly planted in years of collaboration and shared knowledge, is bound to be cherished not only by the present generation, but also by those that follow, future teachers, learners, and decision makers. As we embark on this collective journey of mutual learning, exploration, and innovation, it is heartening to witness the convergence of minds committed to the advancement of education. The ASEF Classroom Network stands as a proof of the power of collaboration, transcending borders and fostering community dedicated to the advancement of education. Slovenia, a vibrant nation at the forefront of education innovation, takes great pride in its association with the principles that unite us all today. While our strides in education may not always be at the systemic level, the dedication of Slovenian teachers undoubtedly do position us at the forefront. We fully support and embrace the cross-cultural collaborations exemplified by this network, eager to engage in a mutual exchange of ideas and knowledge. In closing, let us embrace the opportunities that lie ahead during this conference and let the outcome of our collective efforts be reflected in classrooms all around the world. Thank you, and may the 16th ASEF Classroom Network Conference be a source of inspiration.
Music, it's on the PC.
Oh, thank you so much, State Secretary, for welcoming our participants and speakers and us in Slovenia on behalf of the Ministry of Education. Let me invite our next welcome speaker, who we are already familiar with. It's Ms. Maja Valant Slobodjanovic. Oh, I'm sorry for the pronunciation of the family name. She's our ASEF governor for Slovenia. Please.
My second surname is my husband's fault, so Ambassador Toro Morikawa, Executive Director of ASEF, Ms. State Secretary Jasna Rojc, Minister of Education, Professor John Shaw Taylor, Director IRCAI, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to warmly welcome you again in my capacity as the Governor of the Republic of Slovenia to the ASEF Europe Foundation, and also on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia. I'm proud to be able to address you in person here in Ljubljana today as part of this major international conference aimed at exploring the role and impact of artificial intelligence in education. The conference plays a vital role in illuminating the way forward for the future of education. We are all aware that the world around us is constantly changing and that education methods will have to be adapted to this dynamic environment. We stand at the crossroads with artificial intelligence increasingly taking center stage in our everyday lives. The world is becoming more interconnected than ever before, and cooperation is imperative as we seek solutions to the complex global challenges, especially those brought about by artificial intelligence. This presents an opportunity to reflect on how we can contribute to the development of new approaches and strategies for education and for strengthening pedagogical skills. The digital transformation of education is important as it gives both teachers and students the opportunity to develop the key competences required in the 21st century. I am delighted that this is also the topic of this conference. The program aimed to provide a fresh insight into how artificial intelligence is changing the way we learn, the way we teach, and the way we develop pedagogical skills. I am confident that you will leave this conference better equipped, more informed, and better prepared for the future of education. In the next days, a series of lectures, debates, and workshops will touch on the latest development regarding artificial intelligence in education. Many renowned speakers and experts will share their knowledge, experience, and strategies on how to improve technical skills and digital learning. I look forward to the discussions not only on the technical aspects of the digital transformation of education, but also on the ethical and social issues arising from this revolutionary change. I'm convinced that the debates will stimulate reflections on how to ensure that artificial intelligence serves the common good and does not deepen social inequalities. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage you to actively participate, ask questions, and share your experiences. A better future for education can only be shaped by working together and sharing knowledge and best practices. To conclude, I would like to thank ASEF, IRCAI, and Jožef Stefan Institute for organizing this conference. I would also like to thank all of you for participating. Together, we will build bridges to a digital future of education, with artificial intelligence serving as a tool to help us reach new heights of knowledge and understanding. Together, we can create a fairer, more sustainable, and more peaceful world, both for ourselves and for future generations. We have the opportunity to make a positive difference in the world, but this can only happen if we work hand in hand and strengthen our ties through cooperation. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference.
Thank you so much, Governor Maya. And it's my pleasure to invite our third representative, the host, Professor Jožef Taylor. He's the UNESCO Chair of AI, but also Director of the International Research Center for Artificial Intelligence under the auspices of UNESCO, which we refer to as IRCAI in short. So just a second, and then I give you the floor, John. Yeah, okay. Please.
Thank you so much, and it's a great pleasure and privilege to welcome ASEF, Ambassador, and the State Secretary. Thank you so much for assisting in welcoming and also bringing together such a broad spectrum of interested parties. I think the role we would like to play as IRCAI in this conference is to promote the discussion of the broader aspects of AI, the ethical aspects, because our mission is to try to bring from AI the greatest benefit for humanity. That is the role that UNESCO has given to us and which we are endeavoring to fulfill through the application of AI to sustainable development and illuminating and understanding the ethical questions that arise from it. I think one of the most important sustainable development goals is education. And I think there has been a great deal of attention and ideas about how AI might be applied to education. But I think many of them have been perhaps not thought through sufficiently. And more importantly, not included the stakeholders, the most important stakeholders, educators in those discussions. And so I think this conference provides a wonderful opportunity for the people on the ground, the people who are actually educating the next generation, to give their input to what AI should achieve or should try to achieve. And so I believe this conference provides us with a wonderful opportunity for a two-way dialogue around how the AI that is being thought needs to be perhaps rethought, and how we need to think about what it can actually deliver into order to enhance educators rather than attempt in very misguided ways to replace them. So I think that is what I would like you all to do, to bring to this discussion your understandings of what education should be and how AI may be able to assist, and ways in which you believe it will not assist and should not be used. So I would really encourage you to participate and use this opportunity. We are very excited to hear your views and to open those discussions with you. And I hope that we will come to some very interesting and exciting conclusions on both the technical and the ethical dimensions of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John, for the encouragement and for hosting us. Pleasure to be here. And last but not least, let me invite our Executive Director, Ambassador Toru Morikawa, to greet the participants.
A very good morning to all of you. Dobro jutro. I hope you had a good rest yesterday. Although I met you all for the first time in person, I felt like very in being in the family. It may be because I was grown in a family where my parents were also school teachers. Your Excellency, Ms. Jasna Lloyd, State Secretary, Ministry of Education, the Republic of Slovenia. Your Excellency, Ms. Maya Balant Slobodianat, as our governor for Slovenia. Professor Jožef Taylor, the UNESCO chair for Artificial Intelligence and the director of Intellectual Research Center for Artificial Intelligence in Education, which is well-known IRCAI. On behalf of the IRCAI and ASEF, I'm delighted to officially commence the training and capacity building sessions of the ASEFClassNet16 Conference. The conference convenes 74 teachers and teacher trainers coming from 32 Asian and European countries. You have worked hard during the virtual stage of this project and created wonderful, innovative teaching practice ideas together. Today, you are here to further deepen your knowledge, to exchange your ideas and experiences with your peers, and finalize the innovative teaching practices, ITP, making them ready to be shared with a wider audience. Let us just reconfirm why the topic of the conference, Digital Transformation of Education in the Era of Artificial Intelligence, is so important today. The World Economic Forum predicts that by 2025, over 50% of the required workplace skills will be different from those of today. AI proficiency, critical thinking, creativity, and emotional intelligence will become indispensable qualities for success in the digital age. Second, in the ASEF survey on AI and education, 68% teachers who applied for the ASEFClassNet16 project reported that they self-taught themselves about AI and education. So these show that we need more training and capacity building opportunities for our educators who wish to let the students be able to navigate through the AI era. I sincerely thank you for all the extra efforts you put into creating quality learning experiences for your current and future students, as well as for those you fellow teachers teach. I'm proud to say that the ASEFClassNet project is committed empowering teachers across Asia and Europe on cutting-edge education topics. It has been our honor to provide you a platform since June this year to build your knowledge, insights, and pedagogical skills needed to pave the conversation on AI in education towards the right direction based on from two key perspectives, humanistic dimension and technological dimension. I highly encourage you to take advantage of this face-to-face meeting that is profound in understanding what teachers and learners need to thrive in the era of artificial intelligence. Over the next few days, we will be learning about digital transformation and the impact of AI technologies through keynotes, workshops, lectures, roundtables, innovation sessions, and study visits. We would appreciate it if you try to critically analyze the role of AI in your teaching practices and classrooms throughout these programs. I wish you think how you can advocate for relevant, effective, accountable, ethical, and inclusive implementation of AI-related curriculum or solutions, and that you approach it by acknowledging both potentials and pitfalls, while you delve deeper into various aspects of AI in education. Again, while AI holds immense promise, we must be mindful of its ethical implications and the potential for biases to be embedded within algorithm. What a task for the educators to equip themselves with the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate this digital education landscape, to equip your students with the critical thinking and digital literacy skills to go through an AI-driven world, to prepare them for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. There's no ready-made map. You are the pathfinders. Said all of these, AI can never replace the magic that happens within the walls of a classroom. The true power of education lies in a teacher's ability to nurture not just knowledge, but also empathy, compassion, and a deep sense of social responsibility. Last month, I sent a video message to my high school's alumni gathering commemorating the 50th anniversary. But on that occasion, I really reconfirmed how deeply I was influenced by my secondary school teachers. And that is why the organizers of the ASEFClassNet16 Conference, the teams of ASEF and IRCAI, have worked extremely hard to design a meaningful program and to bring you here today to avail of it. I'd like to thank them all for the dedication. Thank you. So deep gratitude is extended towards colleagues at, our special thanks go to all the speakers and the resource persons for their valuable contribution. And our deep gratitude is extended also towards colleagues at Jožef Stefan Institute, Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, and the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Slovenia. And the colleagues at Gymnazia Skopje. Gymnazia Skopje. Loka, yes, thank you. Thank you. Gymnazia Skopje Loka High School, as well as EU, Denmark, and Japan as funders for supporting ASEF and IRCAI to make ASEFClassNet16 Conference happen. Gremo, to a new great learning journey. Kubara Lepa, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear speakers, dear hosts, partners, and ambassador for welcoming us. And with this, we transition to our first keynote presentation by Professor Wayne Holmes. He's the professor of UCL Knowledge Lab. Many of you must be already familiar with him online. So it's our pleasure to present him to you in 3 dimensions now here in Slovenia. Wayne, please. Putting your presentation up.
Excuse the informality, the T-shirt. I come from a third world country known as the UK, and we're not used to the, when the weather is cold, our houses are cold. When the weather is hot, our houses are hot. So here, the weather is cold, but so I'm a little warm. But anyway, lovely to see everybody. I'm going to be talking about AI in education today, and some of you who attended the session that we did some months ago will recognize some of the pictures. But hopefully I'm going to take this a little bit further. So firstly, before I start though, I wanted to say I've been working with IRCAI now for about 3 or 4 years, and it all came about because of the ASEF event that took place in Tokyo. And so my lovely colleagues at ASEF and my lovely colleagues at IRCAI, and the amazing work that they've done to pull this all together. So it's fantastic to see everyone here, and I'm looking forward to getting to know you over the coming days. Anyway, one of the things that was mentioned, just trying to work out where I click here. I'll just do that. No. So I'm ruined by the technology here. Where's the mouse? Oh, there's the mouse. Okay. So, that's why, because we're not presenting. I've ruined it. I won't present. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but it's not. Oh, okay. Okay. That was it. I'm technically challenged. I do apologize. Anyway, so when I did the presentation some months ago, I got one piece of feedback, or got 2 pieces of feedback. One piece of feedback was people quite enjoyed it, which is good. The other piece of feedback was that I was a little negative. Now, I'm not going to apologize for being negative, because there's lots of people in the world who are somewhat more positive. And I like to think that I actually take a critical but constructive approach to thinking about AI and education. And I see myself as the little guy there. And I'm working in, the context of all these people. So my little voice, their big, expensive voice, that's why I'm quite happy taking my perspective. So to give us a context, I'm going to start by thinking a little bit about artificial intelligence. And to begin with, I'm going to ask you a question. So the next slide, I want you to answer this question in your heads. And then when I say go, I want you to shout out what the word is or what the words you're thinking. So with this question. Okay, so what's the first thing that comes into your head? Quickly. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, look, this is what I've asked this question over many years, and this is the answer that I've most frequently got. Lots of people would say robots, and we heard this already this morning. When I've asked this question more recently, I actually get this. So you recognize this, right? Yeah, so you recognize this with, this kind of. So now a lot of people think that this is AI, full stop, right? This is not AI, full stop. This is one quite dramatic aspect of AI. But there's lots of other things as well. AI is being used in all these different places. We've got automatic cars. We've got AI for developing perfume. We've got AI for making pictures. I love the bottom right picture. I'm sorry, that for me is one of my favorites. Unfortunately, it's been created by AI. It's not true. So a whole range of different things, different ways in which AI is actually working. But my job is not to talk about all the plus stuff about AI. That's Professor John Shaw Taylor's job, because he understands that stuff. My job is to take the slightly more critical approach. So there's a few things I want to mention. Firstly, one of the things that we know about AI is that AI is pretty good at doing stuff that we're not so good at doing. So it's really good at looking at large amounts of data and finding patterns, which we as humans, we're not good at that. But on the other hand, the AI is still not very good at lots of things that we're quite good at doing. It's known as the Moravec paradox. But we need to think about these things. The other thing that we tend to forget is that AI is all about building models of the world. And I don't know about you, which would you prefer to have if I was going to give you one of those things, the model or the real thing? So the model and the real thing, they're not the same. There's a big difference between these things, and we need to be careful about that. There are lots of other limits of AI that we need to think about. I've shown this one before, but I'll show it again now. If you see this, what do you see? Panda, thank you. And actually the AI is pretty good, 57% confident that it's a panda. What happens when we mix that picture with some noise? Well, we get this picture. And what do you see? Okay, so you're humans, you see a panda. And in fact, now the AI is even more confident. But unfortunately, in this particular study, it was confident that I was now a gibbon. So the AI is not as good as you people in the room. Here's another example. This is from the autonomous cars world. And you can see the stop sign. Most of you, when you're driving, you see that sign. Whatever country you're in, you're going to recognize it. You're going to stop, right? The black and white patches on there meant that the system that was developed to recognize the stop signs no longer saw this as a stop sign. So it doesn't take a lot. So in many senses, the stop sign, the systems can be quite brittle. Now, to be fair, that was some time ago. And I love this one, this next one here, which is, I've lost it again. Okay. This one, it's still not happening. Oh, not happening. Down. Oh, I've broken the system again. I need an AI system to help me here. That's that one. Go down. Yeah, I'm failing without the AI to help me. Is this happening now? I need technical support here because I'm failing miserably. I'm being. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so with the support. So I love this one, right? This is from San Francisco just a few weeks ago. And the reality is there's a group of people out there who don't like the autonomous cars that are traveling around San Francisco. And so they've discovered that if they put one of those orange cones onto the bonnet of the car, it stops. It can't do anything. Now, if it was your car, you get out and move the cone. But so San Francisco is littered with these autonomous cars from Waymo that are stuck. They can't move anywhere. Here's another thing. I love this cartoon. This is explaining, this is a metaphor for how AI works. So what we do is with AI, you train it to understand things. So here, the mother is saying that that's daddy. And so now the baby learns this. There's daddy. There's daddy. And there's daddy. I'm never quite sure whether I should show that one. But this world that we're living in is actually more serious than this. So this is a study that was published only a few years ago. You might guess this one's from China, but I'm not anti-China. There are lots of studies like this from elsewhere. And what this study showed is that by using photographs, we can determine who are the criminals and who are the innocents. Well, actually, you can see this is very clear. All it's managed to do is to work out who's wearing a white shirt. So if you're a criminal, just make sure you wear a white shirt and this AI system will not detect you. Another one, if you happen to be like John Shaw Taylor and me, white, lighter skin male, this is Amazon recognition. They recognize us really well. If you happen to be a male with darker skin, not so good. A woman with lighter skin, not so good. I apologize. Can I move that there? Cool. Yeah, a woman with lighter skin, not so good again. And a woman with darker skin, really quite poor. Now, this is again, okay, this is early days. These systems are getting better all the time. And probably now these systems are much better at identifying women who have darker skin. But it actually begs a bigger question. Do you really want to live in a world where every time you walk down the street, every time you go into a shop, every time you go into a school, your face is being recognized? So we need to think about these questions. Here's another example. This is going the other way. Who's this? No, it isn't. This is who the AI says it is. This is the AI systems reconstructed this face. And here's another one. That one's funny. This one I don't think so funny. So this young woman, this is only a couple of months ago. She wanted to improve her photograph for use on LinkedIn. And so she used one of the generative AI tools to do that. And this is what it did. Okay, I think this is hugely problematic and we need to be aware of these kind of issues. The other thing that we're often told, not by the AI people because they're smarter, but by the world, that AI doesn't need people. The AI system, it can just go out and do stuff. And I think this is nonsense. I mean, a human, as it says here, sets the objectives, chooses and cleans the data, labels the data. So this picture is from Kenya, and there are companies based in places like Kenya, but also some Eastern European countries, where the job of the people is every day they sit there and they look at a frame of video and they identify it. Here's a car, here's a person, here's a car. Next frame. Here's a car, here's a person, here's a car. Next frame. Here's a car. People are doing this. These people are known as the ghost workers of AI. They're very badly paid. But without them, the so-called autonomous cars can't get out the garage, right? So the AI systems, we really do need people. The human also designs the network, a human trains the network, a human curates the outputs, and the human applies the value judgment. So, you know, John is nodding because as somebody who's involved in it, he knows this. But the world out there, policymakers and people seem to forget all this. They think that these systems can go and do stuff on their own, but the systems rarely do that. We were also told during the pandemic that the AI systems were going to solve everything. They were going to get the diagnoses accurate. They were going to identify the drugs. It was a big moment for AI. And there were thousands of studies published. But as this one says, of these 2,000 plus studies, none of them were of clinical use. So it didn't achieve that. You know, huge problems in these different times. But also, one of the things we need to think about, and it's particularly important when we're thinking about sustainable development goals, is what the amount of power that these systems use. You know, ChatGPT, the amount of power it uses to do anything, and the reason for this picture is, the argument is that within a year, to develop a ChatGPT 5 will take as much power as it takes to run a small country, such as Holland. Whether that's true or not, you know, these are all disputable, these numbers, but, you know, interesting. But in addition to that, there is lots of argument that these AI systems use an awful lot of water. And so Microsoft, the amount of water that they use to support their AI systems is as many, I can't remember, you know, 50 Olympic swimming pools every month or something. You know, it's just enormous. And the other one is that when the ChatGPT model was trained, it generated as much carbon as it would take to drive a car to the moon and back. Now, all these figures are speculative and, you know, apocryphal, whatever, but there's some grain of truth in all of them, and we need to be very, very careful about them. I also worry that it's not just these kind of things. It's also the fact that we're losing control as humans around our world, and it's being tighter and tighter within a very small number of companies around the world, mostly in the US, some in China, and that's about it. There's no equivalent really in Europe. And apart from China, there's no equivalent elsewhere in Asia. So this, I think, is a huge problem we also need to think about, because we have no democratic control over any of these companies at all. You might have seen this guy who was in the news just a month or so ago, and it's been happening now. We had in the UK the AI Safety Summit, which that's going to solve the world. So this is Geoffrey Hinton, and he's known as one of the godfathers of AI. But the point was, he worked for Google. He made squidoodles of money, lots and lots of money, and then he decided to retire. And as soon as he retired, he then critiques AI and says, oh my God, this is going to take over the world. What are we going to do about it? And so it leads to these kind of concerns that we're going to get robots coming down the streets and, you know, our world is over. At the same time, we have other researchers. So this one, Timnit Gebru, she also worked for Google. She was in Google's ethics team, and she co-published a paper which was critical of the technology behind ChatGPT and its impact and the way it doesn't do as it says on the tin and all those kinds of stuff. She didn't retire from Google with squirrels of money. She was effectively sacked from Google. She has gone on to set up a new area now, a new organization that's looking at these things. So good things have come out of it. But my point is, there are two ways in which we think about this. One is the worries about the massive future of AI. It's going to take over the world. It's all going to be robots rampaging down the streets. You know, this dystopian future on the one hand. But on the other hand, we have the kind of thing that Timnit's talking about, and that is the impact, the negative impact that AI is having today. So this is a famous product from the USA called Compass, and this product, as you can see, it's very obvious why it's identifying some people as low risk and high risk. If you're a white male, it tends to make you low risk. If you're a black male, it tends to identify you as high risk. And there's been loads of studies about this showing how this is happening. But this tool is being used today in the US all the time. And it's being, you know, shown elsewhere. There are some talks of it being used in the UK, for example. So my concern is that when we talk about that exciting, crazy future, it actually distracts us from thinking about what's actually happening today. And we really need to be thinking about what's happening today as well. Okay, so that's my grand tour of AI, and you know, John hasn't thrown up his hands in horror yet, so you know, maybe I'm not completely wrong. But some of this stuff I definitely showed last time we spoke, so I'm just going to rush through this. So firstly, you know, we're talking about AI, we're talking about education, and the connection is complicated. And for my simple brain, I like to think of it in terms of two buckets. So we have our first bucket, which is teaching and learning with AI. And the second bucket is teaching and learning about AI. So I'm going to focus first on teaching and learning with AI. And we have three different areas that we might consider here. So student-focused AI Ed, so AI in education, AI Ed, teacher-focused AI Ed, institution-focused AI Ed. So a range of different things. So I'm going to whiz through those. So institution-focused AI, I think, is quite interesting because this is kind of the background stuff, the stuff we don't see a great deal. This is not the sexy stuff we see in the news. And in many ways, this is the stuff I think is going to grow quite rapidly, because I'm always thinking about the Californian gold rush notion that the people who made the money were not the people digging for gold, but the people in the back end, the people making the jeans and running the bars and selling the food. So and I think that may happen here, but we will see. The next group is the student-focused AI Ed. And there's a huge range here, and this is where all the money's been. And bear in mind that although most people have been talking about AI and Ed for the past year, thanks to OpenAI and ChatGPT, the AI Ed research community is 50 years old. And they've been developing these tools for 50 years, and they've been in schools for, you know, a long time. And 10 years ago, a lot of these tools were commercialized. So here's one. They're called intelligent tutoring systems. I personally refuse to call them that. They're actually adaptive tutoring systems. I don't like the word intelligent. I'll come on to that later. But on the right there is the list of a bunch of multi-million-dollar funded companies that are selling these products into schools today, rightly or wrongly. Another type are the learning network orchestrators. And this one on the screen I learned about some time ago. This was in Beijing. It was then called the Smart Learning Partner. And what I love about this compared to the intelligent tutoring system with the I have to say it that way as I lose track. The intelligent tutoring systems, the system decides this is what the student learns. And once the student has done something, the system decides this is what they learn next. Then the system decides this is what they learn next. But with this, what was cool about this was the students come out of their class, they think, I don't understand quadratic equations. So they punch quadratic equation into an app, and then the app connects them with human teachers. And then they have one-to-one tuition via the phone. And what I love about it is it's the student who's in charge about what they wish to learn. And the AI is being used to facilitate that happening rather than AI making the decisions. But we also have things like the chatbots. These are increasingly being used in higher education, in particular around the world. And they have their uses in the sense that, you know, if you're stuck, when's my next exam? Where do I find this class? I'm looking for a book. blah, 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 blah. These systems can answer these questions, 24 hours a day. So lots of interesting work there. This one, AI assisted apps, whole bunch of these that you might find, math apps and the various ones. And I learned this about this one in Mexico. I was there a few weeks ago and they were showing me this. It's fantastic. On my phone, I'd have an app and I see an object in a museum or whatever, and you spend like 5 minutes wandering around with your phone and you get this amazing 3D model, for use in education. Fantastic. So there are different ways in which these apps are being used. Also, things like simulation, AI-driven simulation, whole range of different things. So the AI in education student focus work is huge. And if you saw in my earlier list, only one of them was actually generative AI, was the kind of ChatGPT world. And we need to think about this much broader world. So then we have teacher-focused AI. Now, when I talked about teacher-focused AI, I most often would say, but there isn't any. Now I am starting to see a few, but most of them are yet to be, really shown to be effective in life. Now, one category is auto-creation of learning materials, and you'll see at the top on the right there, X5 Gone. They don't have a great picture, which is why I have this picture. X5 Gone is a project that John's been involved in for some years. And the idea is that these systems go out to the internet and find materials that a teacher wants. I need to find materials about this, and the system will find materials and help them identify the bits in those materials that are useful to them. So this is a kind of interesting work. Teacher coaching. This is kind of an intelligent tutoring system for teachers to help improve teacher skills. Automatic writing evaluation. So using AI to do evaluation of text. So a student writes something and these systems evaluate. I find it quite problematic. I'll come back to that. And this one I quite like, though. This one is a different approach. So instead of the AI doing the assessment, which the automatic writing evaluation does, with this, it's the teacher who's doing the assessment. But the point is that they're getting support by the AI to do what they wish to do. So the teacher is in charge here, and the system is given ongoing support. I think this is kind of nice. So that was my whirlwind tour of AI in Ed. I'm now going to think about how do we break this apart? What do we need to think about? So here's some of the things I've mentioned before, and I'm happy to mention them again today. Firstly is the notion of intelligence. So, the reality is that the word intelligence is in the name, artificial intelligence. Okay, I'm here to tell you today, there is no AI system today that is intelligent. I'm sorry, there are not. They do not exist. Okay, the interesting thing is, however, is that they do appear to be intelligent. And I think that disconnect between the appearance of intelligence and the reality of them not being intelligent is quite important. And here's an example of this. So this was a tool, this was a machine. So it looks like a person, but it's actually a machine, a robot, very primitive from the, I think it was the 18th century. And this toured the courts, the kings and queens of Europe. And the idea was that the machine plays chess. And so lots of famous people played chess against this machine. And so it looks intelligent, right? How can this machine be playing chess, which is the ultimate game that humans can do? But it quickly became apparent that it wasn't quite all it appeared. And so there was actually a real human inside the machine, inside the box, that was playing the chess. So we have the appearance of intelligence, and the reality, the machine was not intelligent. It was human intelligence. We also have the myths. So myth number one, these tools save teacher time. Now, I know you're all teachers, most of you are teachers, and you want a tool that saves you time. I'm a teacher. When I get my 50 essays along with my colleague Caroline, we've got a mark in 2 weeks. My God, do I want an AI system that can do that for me? Okay, there is no AI system that can do that for me. And I can't see one at the moment in the future. What it doesn't do, it doesn't save teacher time. There's always the policymakers are big on this. It will save teacher time so they can focus on the human contact and the emotional work with students. I've never seen this. But not only that, this claim that technology will save teacher time, it's 100 years old. The psychologist B.F. Skinner was one of the first in the 1930s. He developed a machine he called the teacher machine, and its purpose was to save teacher time. It didn't do it then. It hasn't done it in 100 years since, and I don't think AI is going to do it. What it does do is it displaces teacher time. So instead of doing that, they do this. But let's imagine I'm wrong. It's hard, but let's imagine I'm wrong. And let's imagine that AI can save teacher time. Well, what does it mean? If we save teacher time, then actually it becomes the next step. Well, we can save on teachers. We don't need so many teachers. So even if it's right, which it isn't, I'm not even sure it's something we should be aiming for, but we can debate that. Another one that has been around, another claim, and we hear this all the time, and we're going to have some discussion about this later, is the notion of personalization. And the idea is that the AI system will personalize for every learner. And the logic is, it's great. You know, we use Netflix and Amazon, and it personalizes for us. This is wonderful. We love it. But actually, for me, it kind of misunderstands not only what we want education to be, but also how these systems work. So I had a metaphor. I was in Chicago, and there was the CEO of Squirrel AI, which is one of the biggest, or was one of the biggest, AI in education companies in China. And the CEO said very clearly that most education was like the big American yellow school bus. All the students going in the same direction at the same speed to the same destination together. And he said, my tool is like an Uber taxi for every student. But the point is, he didn't take the metaphor far enough, because I don't know about you, but when I get an Uber taxi, it's not because it takes me on a lovely journey, because it takes me to where I want to go. The problem with the Uber taxi, the AI Ed systems, is that they actually take them to exactly the same place as the school bus. So the pathway might be personalized, but the outcomes are not. This, for me, is a really narrow understanding of personalization. But in addition, it forgets all the issues, the things about education. You know, the reason we're in this room today, we're not being personalized today. We're working together as a community, working together. And that, you know, is one of the fundamental things about education. And there is no AI system that I'm aware of. There has been some research, I'll give it that, but there's no AI system around today that does this. The other problem that we worry about, or I worry about, is that we are going to disempower teachers. If the system is making all the decisions, what's the role of the teacher? There's a real problem here. Now, with a lot of studies, not in education, but in medicine, where clinicians using AI tools end up deprofessionalizing themselves because they depend upon the AI system to make their decisions. And over time, they become less skilled at it. Not saying that the systems can't support, but that handing over that responsibility, I think, is potentially hugely problematic. Another thing that I worry about is the commercialization. You know, most of these tools, as I showed you early on, are developed and sold to policymakers and into schools by commercial organizations. For me, education is a thing that we do together. It's a social thing that we need to work on as a collaboration. That's the way that most education is set up. But we're somehow shifting the responsibility into the commercial sector, over which we have no direct or commercial control. In addition to that, one of the problems is we don't really know whether this stuff actually works. And there's been studies about the use of sat-navs. You've all probably used sat-nav wandering around Ljubljana over the past day or so. And they're amazing. I love them. I'm not saying they're bad. But there is evidence to suggest that the more somebody depends on these tools, the more it negatively affects their spatial awareness. We don't know what will happen in education. Another issue is that these tools, a lot of them, claim to be able to detect a student's emotion. And then the idea is that, which is kind of understandable, that if a child is in a negative emotional state, we want to get them into a positive emotional state so that will benefit their learning. So there's a good aim there. But there are two problems. One problem is that these tools don't work. They don't detect emotions. And two, even if they did, for me, that's kind of crossing a final privacy frontier. I find it quite worrying. We also have this. Now, again, I apologize to our Chinese colleagues in the room. This happens to be from China. But the tool was developed in the USA. The tool is still being used elsewhere. Here it's being used to identify students. Are they concentrating on what they're supposed to be studying? And some of the studies have been very worrying. But I'd say this is not just China. E-proctoring. E-proctoring became really big during the pandemic because students taking their exams at home. But e-proctoring systems have been shown to undermine students' confidence, have mental health issues, be discriminatory, particularly for people with different colored skin tones to mine, to be bad for people who have learning disabilities. And I think the craziest thing is that you spend 10 minutes on the internet, you can find ways to get around these tools. They don't even work. They don't even do. They all think making sure that people are not cheating. It doesn't even work. So this is very, very poor in my opinion. And for me, this is the biggest example of what I like to call perpetuating poor pedagogic practices. So we take a practice that we do in education and we automate it. This is crazy. Why aren't we using these tools to innovate education, to make education more exciting, more beneficial, to empower teachers, to support student agency? We have that capability. The tools will help with that, but that's not been the trajectory for many years. And there's also the impact on child rights. And I'll come back to that later. One of the things that, if you take this, you extend this to the next step, is you get this kind of logic. If the assumption is that education is about taking knowledge from somewhere and put it in children's brains, then we can save all that education nonsense, all that time, all that money. And instead, when a child is born, we shoot a chip into their skull, which has all of Wikipedia on it. So therefore, they've got all the knowledge. Why do we need education? Well, you know, when I put it like that, that's absurd. But this is not absurd. Elon Musk has a company that's already got chips that he's putting in brains. And the logic is to help people who cannot communicate for whatever reason to communicate. But I guarantee that's just the beginning. For me, part of this is because what happens with a lot of our colleagues, computer scientists, I have to say, working in the AI-ed world, is they start with what they know. They start with the AI, and then they look around and they find a problem. And often they're centered on education because education is something that they know because they went to school. Or think of Sal Khan, his nephew goes to school. And this is my most exciting part of my presentation, so don't get too carried away. But anyway, I think we need to turn this around the other way. So I think we need to start with the problem. And who understands the problems of education? It's you guys. It's teachers. And we need to start with that and then look around to see how we can do this. So here's another way of looking at that. One of the problems is that very often when we're trying to work out how we deal with education, we look at the problems, but we look at the symptoms. And the symptoms are children not receiving the education that they deserve. We know this is an important symptom, but it's still a symptom. What we don't really look at are the causes. So the causes can be lots of things, but it can be the lack of qualified teachers. I'm constantly told, well, you know, around the world, in developing countries, in rural areas, we don't have enough human teachers. That's absolutely true. But my point is, if we put AI systems in there, all we're doing is kicking the problem down the road. The AI systems are not going to last long. They're going to be on the shelf in 3 weeks. If the school has electricity, internet access, and an engineer who can fix the machine when it goes wrong. So instead, we need to use the expertise and we need to use these skills to address these problems. So instead of using AI to do the teaching, to replace teacher functions, why are we not doing more work on AI to support teachers? So teachers can do what they wish to do, their expertise, with the support of AI, which is something that X5Gone attempts to do. Here's an example of this in practice, right? This is a genuine example from the UK, which I think is horrific. So these children, they go, they get their lunch, and then they have to queue a second time to pay for their lunch. So the school said, we can solve this, facial recognition. And so the children just looks at the camera and it deducts money from their account automatically. Well, I'm sorry. I really think having facial recognition technology in a classroom is disgusting. I think it's just wrong, should not be allowed. So instead of trying to find a technical solution to this, what's the social solution? What's the human solution? Well, make the food free in schools and they don't need to queue anymore, right? It was free when I went to school. So, this is a political choice that we need to think a lot about. Okay, so finishing off then, you might think that I am, all my negativity is unfair. I'm making a fuss about nothing, and there's lots you can disagree with me, and I look forward to having conversations over the coming days. The reality is, however, there is no, emphasize the word no, there is no independent evidence at scale for any of the systems that I've shown you, for their efficacy, do they work, for their safety, and for their impact on the classroom. There's been thousands of little studies, but nothing that really does this sufficiently. So if we don't know, why are we using this stuff in schools? I worry about that. Okay, so that was looking at the teaching and learning with. I'm now going to rush on to teaching and learning about. To do that, I talk about the human dimension and the technological dimension, and often the human dimension gets forgotten. I'll come on to that more in a minute. So I like to think about this as a metaphor. I find metaphors easier to understand. And the metaphor is driving cars. And I've lost myself again, so just bear with. Oh, what happened there? So the metaphor is driving cars. So when we drive a car, we need to understand some stuff. We need to understand that to make the car go, you've got to put gas or petrol in it, what that big wheel does and what the pedals do, right? We need to know that. If we don't know that, we can't drive a car. There are some who argue that we also need to know how the car functions. What is an engine doing? What's a carburetor? What's a piston? I don't know, all that kind of stuff. But I think most of us in this room would agree that we also need to understand the rules of the road. How we make sure that when we drive, we're safe, both to other road users, for our own families, for whatever. So how does this apply to AI? Okay, so first of all, we have understanding how the car, what the car does. And I think, we need that. We need to have an understanding. Your job as teachers, in my opinion, part of your job, not the whole job, but a little bit of your job, is to make sure your students understand what AI is, where it's coming from, and where it's being used, and all those kind of things. And when we talk about the engine, I think there is also an argument that we need to ensure that our students also have an understanding appropriate to their age and developmental level, an understanding of how it works and how we can create it. What does coding mean? What does supervised learning mean? All that kind of stuff, but appropriate to their age group. But the key thing is we also need to think about the safety aspects of AI, because we need to understand the ways in which it's being used in bad ways, as Timnit Gebru mentioned. We need to think about all that. We need our students to understand. We need to understand what fake news is. We need to understand what bias is, and we need that for all of our students. So this is looking at the same thing in a slightly different way. So we have the technological dimension on the one hand, how it works, how we create it. We have the human dimension, its impact on us as humans, biases, fake news, etc., etc. And I believe that in any training, they should be interwoven. Because what happens is, very often when it is taught, we teach the technological bit first, and at the end of the session, we must remember to talk about the human bit. We'll talk about ethics, which equals bias, full stop. That's no good. So when we're talking about facial recognition, for example, fine, let's talk about how it works and how you can do it, but let's also talk about the potential human implications for facial recognition. We've got to intertwine these because they're not separate. So the ethics of AI Ed. John mentioned that this is an important area, and this is something that I do think is important. I'm not going to turn this into an ethics lecture, so chill. And to begin with, the first thing is I'm not arguing that I can identify today really bad things that are happening with AI in education. So this kind of thing that's happening that I showed you before, we don't have examples of this in education. But what we're trying to do is to make sure we don't get these kind of things happening in education in the future. So when I talk about ethics, I talk about this kind of stuff, consequentialism. I talk about this kind of stuff, virtual ethics, and I end up with deontology. Now, deontology is the interesting one because in the history of ethics in the West, and I don't know anything about ethics in Asia, I apologize, but ethics in the West has been, 2000 plus years of people arguing about ethics. And still today, it's very complicated and the different ways in which people take this. And so I get stuck on it. I can't cope with it all. But deontology is all about labeling it down to human rights. And given that we have human rights that have been agreed by the United Nations and 190 countries around the world, then, we can debate whether they're good or bad. I don't know, but at least it gives us a starting point. So in other words, that when we're being ethical, it's about aligning to human values. Okay, that's what being ethical is in the shorthand. And this is what we need to ensure AI systems doing. But the real problem is, the real problem is, whose human values are we talking about? Right? I don't agree with these people's human values. I don't want AI system to align with these people at all. So we need to be very careful what we mean by human values. So the way of focusing on human rights, we're all agreed about this. So this is our starting point. But then we're talking about education, and very often we're talking about education of children. And children have additional human rights. And so these are what they are. So the right to dignity, to autonomy, to be heard, to not suffer from discrimination, to privacy, and to be protected from economic exploitation. And so we need to think about these things when we're thinking about the different things we need to consider when we're thinking about the tools that we're prepared to put into classrooms. The bottom one is, I think, really important, because remember those long list of companies, commercial organizations that are selling their tools into schools. Well, as part of that process, they suck out from the schools data from the children. That data is rarely shared with the children or the parents or the teachers or the schools. Instead, it goes back into the company, which they use to build their commercial proposition. So in other words, they are by definition exploiting these children, and they're using these children's data. And not only that, the schools tend to have to pay for the privilege of the children being exploited. So I think this is a huge area that we really need to think carefully about. A bit technical now. We have, I've done it again. This technology is really not, tell you what it is, it's a PC. On a Mac, I'd be happy. So how do I go there? Anyway, what I'm going to show you very quickly is one way of looking at this. I'm so sorry, I'm being inept here. What am I doing? Oh, okay. That's cool, thank you. So this is being very technical, not going to spend a lot of time about this, but ethics is about these things: beneficence, doing good, not doing bad, agency, and justice. Now, these four principles come from bioethics, biology ethics, and in the world of AI, a professor from Oxford, who's now, I think, in the US somewhere, argued that we also need to add another principle of explicability, and also what's it called when you take responsibility for it as well. And so these are brought from, this is the edition. But this professor, who is huge, Floridi, he's huge in this world, I think is wrong, because what he's forgetting is actually what we need to do elsewhere, and that is to think about the domain in which the technology is being used. Because although there's huge overlaps in the ethics between autonomous cars and health and education, things like privacy, for example, there are specifics for each of those domains, and we need to think about those specifics as well. So this is putting it in another way. So when we think about the ethics of AI in education, we do need to think about the data and the kind of things that come out of that. Absolutely true. We also need to think about the algorithms that are being written, how that data is processed and how we learn from it, etc. And there's lots of issues around gender and all sorts of things that come out here. But my argument is that we also need to think about the education. And the big one there, choice of pedagogy, because all of those AI ed systems I told you, they're all about embedding one particular approach to pedagogy, which is actually very, very backwards. It's about instructionism. It's about telling a child, you do this. It's not about helping a child to develop their own knowledge and learning. So then what we need to do is we need to put all these together. So we have a lovely diagram. We have these three overlapping circles, and we have the gaps between. So the ethics of data used in AI, a lot of work on that, huge amount of work on that. Ethics of data in education, learning analytics, there's a huge amount of work on that as well. Very little of ethics of algorithms in education, slowly beginning, but very little at the moment, but we definitely need more. But I always like to show my question mark in the middle there. We don't really know what happens when all this comes together. There's not enough people are looking into this, and we need to encourage this to happen far more. One of the problems is, I think here's an example of one of the complications. Now, for those of you, most of you, where English is not your first language, this might seem difficult, but actually for a lot of people whose English is their first language, they still find this distinction difficult. So anyway, we'll go for it. Doing things ethically versus doing ethical things. So let's try and give an example of that. So I mentioned e-proctoring systems where the cameras are watching what the students are doing while they're doing their exams. And it is absolutely true that the people who build these systems look very carefully at all these things. And they work hard to make sure those things are ethical. My argument is they don't step outside the bubble. And they don't think about the things outside. So in other words, the inside the bubble is doing things ethically. But thinking about stuff outside the bubble is, are we doing ethical things? So we might try to make the e-proctoring as ethical as we can, but should we be doing e-proctoring at all? So it's an important distinction that we need to think about. Here's another example, the so-called intelligent tutoring systems again. Again, they look at all the stuff, but again, it's in a bubble, and again, they're not thinking about all these different things that I think they really should be thinking about. Well, maybe not the developers themselves, but definitely somebody needs to be thinking about all this. The ethical concerns, examples here. I'm not going to go into these in particular, but this is just 4 quick bullets. There are many other questions that we could raise. Okay, so one thing I will tell you about, and this is particularly important for those of you from Europe, but hope a lot of the time this work by the Council of Europe actually does spread further than Europe itself. And I'm really pleased to report that only a month or so ago, the 46 member states ministers of education agreed a resolution which now instructs the Council of Europe, and I'm part of the team, to do 2 things. One, to develop a legal instrument to regulate the use of AI in educational systems to protect human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And the second thing is to develop a recommendation to ensure that the teaching about AI also thinks about human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So this is very exciting. We're going to be working on this over the coming years. Now, my next slide should be hidden, so I'm not sure what's going to happen. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so that's where I was going to go next. So thinking about the work that we've been doing is is important. So a whole bunch of things here. I've lost complete track of time, Rico, so I don't know where I am. But what I do need to talk to you about, I'm going to briefly tell you about the survey as well. So I'm going to need technical support to swap across to the second presentation, please. But in conclusion, what I want to say is this, that, oh, I've broken it again. Okay, I won't worry about the slide. The point is, I have been fairly negative, fairly critical in this talk about AI and education. But that's not because I'm anti-AI. It's because I'm anti the way in which AI has been developed and applied in education over the past 50 years. I recognize that these tools are powerful. I recognize these tools are not going anywhere. But what we need to do is to focus on how we can ensure that the tools are being used more effectively, that they're being used to support teachers, not to pretend they can do what teachers do, because they cannot. And even if they could, would we want that? But not only support teachers, to support student agency. So again, not telling a student, you learn this, but engaging with students to help them learn what they wish to learn, to help them develop, to help them really self-actualize, to help them really develop their own individuality. And we need to do all of that and make sure that as we're doing that, that we are protecting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So that is your role. That is your task, in a sense, is as teachers, that's what we have to do when we're working with our students to help AI move forward in this way. So I will stop at that point, and then if we can swap across to the other presentation, please, I'll be very grateful, because I don't know how to do that. But while we're swapping across, I guess I could say any questions or anything you want to tell me off about at this point, please go ahead. So, report, this one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so you will recall that when you first applied to join this event, you did various things, and one of them is you answered some questions about your experiences, your knowledge, your ideas about artificial intelligence and education. And so we're working with the ASEF team to do this report. For various reasons, it's not finished, but when this whole program finishes in December, that's when the report will be launched. But today I'm just going to give you some headline things. So very, very quickly to go through here. One of the first questions you were asked is how excited you were about, and this is not just you, but all the people who applied to join this program and weren't as successful as you guys here today. And this is what they said. So most people were excited, and only half of the people who responded were worried. I think that's interesting. I mean, the point is that you applied to do, involved in a session about AI. So there's kind of, the excitement was kind of a given. I have to say I'm more worried than you guys, but we can talk about that. We talked about why AI should be used in education. Bunch of things here to provide personalized learning. Well, hopefully I've started to challenge that, and Caroline is going to challenge that a little bit more later. To automate administrative tasks, I've mentioned, I think there's probably a lot of that, such as grading. Not convinced. This has been a big area for a long time, using it to identify at-risk students. Improving educational equity. Well, I kind of hope it can do that, but I've seen zero evidence of it. Why shouldn't we use it? The ethical implications, I agree with that. Reliability and accuracy, I agree with that. The possibility it could undermine human interaction, I definitely agree with that. And a preference for traditional teaching methods, fantastic. I agree with that as well. Some other quick ones. How knowledgeable are you And you see, yeah, it's a pretty normal distribution, but with a bit of a skew to being quite knowledgeable. But then what was kind of interesting was how was that knowledge gained? And it's all self-taught rather than there's been very little professional development, which I think is a huge mistake. I think our education systems really should be looking at this very seriously to support teachers so that we have a really good starting point. We talked about what kind of tools, and we just gave options, and you can see there wasn't a huge difference in the choices there. But for me, this was the most interesting. The next question is, what tools would, what AI tools do you know already? And this was the answer. And as I mentioned to you, ChatGPT is only one little tool in a huge raft of different AI and education tools. So I thought this was interesting. I was pleased to see that most people thought this was important or very important or crucial. That was very encouraging. The next one I was very disappointed to see. I agree with only 2 people, I think it was. And the vast majority, I think, I'm sorry, I think you're just wrong. But we can talk about that more. What should an AI contain? I think this is interesting. The human and technological was most, just the technology was bigger than just the human. I worry about that. I'd rather that was reversed, but we can debate that. And then what should schools be doing in order to support? So they should be prioritizing AI literacy among teachers. I agree with that. Encouraging teachers to collaborate with each other. I definitely agree with that. Providing teachers with access to the resources because there's not enough of that going on. But by resources, I don't just mean the technology, okay? Other resources as well. Recognizing and rewarding teachers. I think teachers want to be rewarded for what they do. Makes perfect sense to me. And integrating AI concepts across the curriculum. This is something I've been arguing for a while. When we're doing literature, we should be talking about AI. Well, AI can now generate poems. Well, is the poem generated by an AI system? How does that compare to a poem written by a human? Does the poem written by the AI system undermine the humanity of a poem written by a person? These are big questions that I think our students should be engaging with. Okay, so I'm going to stop at that point, but thank you very much for listening to me, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Wayne. No time left for questions now, but Wayne will be with us for 3 days, so plenty of time for you to engage with him during the coffee breaks. He will run a workshop as well, so you will have the opportunity to further discuss all of these very intriguing points. Okay, the next agenda item on our program is coffee break. So first, let me ask our colleagues here to stop the online streaming. Thank you so much for all of you who were listening in online. So we will make a pause, 30 minutes coffee break, and then we will back. Those of you in the room, we have a couple of more announcements, so please stay here. And I wait for my colleagues to give me a thumbs up if the online streaming is on pause. Okay. Are you ready to resume? Yes? Okay. So welcome back everyone from the coffee break. It's our pleasure to continue with the program. So as you see in the program, we will have two types of session, learning about AI or learning with AI kind of sessions. Thanks to the two buckets for Wayne, we follow this structure. So today we continue with sessions first, learning about AI. Then we will have a half-an-hour lecture from Dr. Caroline Pelletier. She's from the Institute of Education, Culture, Communication and Media from UCL, University College London, UK. And then we will continue with a workshop to discuss everything that you heard so far today about learning about AI. And that one will be led by Dr. Aida. But first, let me invite Caroline to take the stage and deliver these lectures to you on the fundamentals of AI from a humanistic point of view. Thank you. Caroline, floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can all hear me. I will swivel like an air conditioning unit between these two audiences. So I work with Wayne in the same department, and we teach the same course. It's a course called MA in Education and Technology. And what I'm going to talk about now kind of comes out of the teaching of that course. So for quite a few years, we've been teaching about the way in which technology can kind of reshape learning, and we cover all sorts of things, you know, including PowerPoint. But one of the words that's come up quite a lot in the last few years is the word personalization, which Wayne mentioned. Can I just check, who's heard of this concept, of this word personalization? Okay, a few hands. Yeah, so maybe it's actually quite unfamiliar. So I don't know, but if you start reading the literature, including marketing literature, on what AI can do for education, this word comes up quite a lot. So I won't repeat what Wayne says, because he did a very nice little example of the bus versus the Uber car, but it kind of entails the idea that you can have a more personalized approach to education. And there's an article which I cite here, which kind of has done an analysis of all the kind of key players and all the key words that surround the debate on AI in education. And personalization, which is the big blue dot there, is this kind of term. So most people who are operating in the field of AI in education use this concept of personalization. And to me, it's a term that has not at all an obvious meaning, and I don't think it's at all an obviously good thing. But within debates, it's quite often seen as it's really obvious what it means, and it's really obvious that it's a good thing. But so that's kind of what I'm going to be questioning for the rest of this lecture. One of the things that's immediately striking, if you've been studying the history of technology in education, not AI in education, but just technology, is that personalization has come up before as a concept. Do people recognize the image on the left, or the kind of machines that the children are working at? Do you get a kind of so these are like Skinner's teaching machines. So they were initially developed in the 1920s, and they were then kind of developed further after the Second World War. And the idea is that people could work through sheets and just fill in the blanks, and the machine would then kind of determine which sheet they could go onto. And this was described in terms of personalization. So that the idea, which is now being used to promote AI in education, is actually one that goes back to the 1920s. And there's a really nice book by Audrey Watters on the whole history of personalization, which starts in the 1930s. So one of the things that I find quite interesting is how words kind of get revived. And, you know, why does this term keep coming up from the 1930s? Then it came up partly in the 1960s, and then in the 1980s and 1990s, and now it's kind of re-emerged. And I think one way of understanding it is, you'll have to bear with me for this analogy, is it has some of the same functions as a flying car in sci-fi movies. So if you think of sci-fi films that aim to represent a future which is yet unknown, the easiest way of evoking the idea of an exciting future, which is on the point of happening, is to put a flying car in it. And flying cars have been in futuristic films since at least the 1920s. So I don't know if you know this film, but it's a 1926 film, a German film by Fritz Lang called Metropolis. And it was imagining what a future city would look like. And you've got planes, but also you've got these kind of essentially flying cars by which people get around the city. And there are many, many other films. I had quite fun preparing this presentation, trying to think of all the examples of flying cars that I could. So you've got Blade Runner, Back to the Future. You might not know all these films. Fifth Element, which is a terrible film, by the way. The Spy Who Loved Me. It's kind of an underwater flying car, but it's still, I think it has the same function of denoting an exciting future. And I think it's no coincidence that the first thing that Elon Musk could think of putting into space was his own car. Essentially, you know, putting a flying car out there as a real thing, and also potentially quite a useless thing. But anyway, and the things with the thing about these images of the future is that they never actually really happen. Their function is to serve as an indication of potential, rather than as something that is necessarily actually going to happen. And I think you could say the same about personalization. It's always on the point of actually happening. It's always on the point of being realized. And that's kind of its virtue. It holds out a promise, which can never really be kind of really realized. And it's partly because there's such a contradictory concept in education. But one of the problems of that, so you could say, if it's ever going to happen, there's no evidence that it works, as Wayne said, then, you know, you could potentially just ignore it. But actually, it has an impact on what we think of as the personal in education. So if you have software that calls itself personalization software, that shapes what people then think of as what is personal in education. So it redefines the idea of the person. So that is why it's worth kind of paying attention, I think, to what is happening with AI. It's not so much actually what it's doing at a very practical level, because it's not doing very much at the moment, but it's more like, how is it reshaping our understanding of what is personal in education and what education should be like and what values it should have. So Wayne has helpfully kind of started me off on my main line of argument, which is that there are many claims about personalized learning. These are the three main claims. And for the next few slides, what I've done is I've just taken images. I put personalized learning into Google and got lots of images, and they're mostly from companies who are selling personalized learning solutions. So this is what I find quite interesting, is most of the images to me are really horrifying, but they're clearly seen as a really good vision of the future. So the three main claims is, the one is it will bring to an end the idea that there is a one-size-fits-all approach to education, that people can just learn at their own pace, and that teachers' workload will be lightened and their time saved. Do these claims sound familiar to you? Have you heard these kind of claims before? Yep. I think that, I mean, I think they've been around for quite a long time in relation to different kinds of products. So I'm going to just try and think about what does this idea that there is a one size fits all do to the idea of education, and also do to the idea of the person. So if you understand education systems as one size fits all, that suddenly becomes impersonal. And the way in which you can do that, if you're trying to kind of critique or criticize this model, is to say that schools are like factories and they're just, producing standardized outputs. And they are essentially like state monopolies. They're just imposed on people and they don't pay enough attention to differences between people. Unlike, say, social media, which is understood then as a model of what makes for personalization. So again, these are images from kind of websites of personalization products. But the problem with that particular vision of education is that universal schooling, I'm sure I don't really need to tell you this, wasn't really about imposing standardization on everyone. It was about actually giving everyone a chance to contribute to civil society and to create the basis of a functioning democracy by creating shared, a common basis of knowledge and values and a point of discussion and debate. So it was a way of becoming a democratic citizen rather than imposing a kind of a model on everyone. And the justification for that was to enable people to have chances in life which weren't just about repeating what their parents did. I'm sure you all know there's a very strong correlation between, people's income and the futures of their children. And universal schooling was the argument for it was about we need to stop having schooling, one type of schooling for the rich and another type of schooling for the poor, one type of schooling for the rulers of the society and another type of schooling for those people who are meant to be ruled. So that was the argument for a kind of comprehensive universal model of education. So it's that particular idea of education which is being criticized by arguments for personalized learning. And it's not that, my personal view is there are problems with comprehensive systems of education. We all know them. They don't always do a good job of disrupting kind of the economic destinies that are passed on from generation to generation. But at least they have an idea of equality and of schooling being a place where people can discover, in fact, that they are like everyone else. They are equal to everyone else. They have the capacity to think like everyone else. And it's that, putting that into question for me is quite a dangerous thing to do politically. So the second claim is that people can learn at their own pace, which I sometimes I feel maybe I'm really stupid. I don't know. Like, how does learning come to have a pace? Like, how does it kind of have a speed? And it can only have a speed if you are measuring the distance between a starting point and an end point. So it's it creates a gap. So if you think back to Wayne's slide about, the bus versus the Uber thing, you can only have a pace if you're essentially all going in the same direction. So if you're doing that, then you're essentially saying that the aim of learning is for the student to become like the teacher. And then you measure the different speeds at which they do that. So that certainly is one version of learning. But on the whole, I would say in what happens a lot in schools, it isn't just that. It's not just about training younger people to become like older people. There's something hopefully a bit more exciting going on. So I think there's something also completely contradictory about the idea of learning at your own pace, because if the end point isn't open to kind of negotiation, it's not really your own pace. It's a pace that's been determined by the software or by the curriculum. And the oh, I've forgotten this bit. So there in schools in the UK, and I'm sure in some of the schools that you work in, teachers do in fact obviously manage difference all the time. So in the UK, you can have streaming and differentiation where you put people into different classes depending on how far they've progressed. And there are many disadvantages to that. There are obviously quite a lot of advantages to it as well from a very practical point of view. There's quite a lot of literature on the effects of differentiation. But none of the kind of talk about personalization in education draws on these debates, or it kind of avoids words like differentiation and streaming, because that's quite often seen as a bad thing. But it doesn't really engage with the problem of how do you actually promote individualization, or people having their own voice and their own kind of aims, their own direction, which I think is actually the more fundamental problem in education. So the third claim, has it ever reduced teachers' workload? Very brief answer is no. So it's, again, you know, there's years and years of research being done on how to reduce teachers' workloads. Technology is rarely the answer. One of the concerns I have, again, if you look at these Google images of personalized learning, what you get repeatedly are children sitting in front of computers on their own, at their own computer. There are no teachers in this world. So the teachers have essentially been removed from the picture. So the idea of personalization effectively makes teachers into the problem that AI then solves through personalization. And as a teacher, obviously, I find that a little bit annoying. So I think if teachers are going to have a say in how AI is developed, I think these are some of the questions that are worth asking, or these are some of the questions that I ask as someone who teaches in a university. So how is this concept, how is AI, or how is personalization enabled by AI, meant to contribute to a more equal and a better society, however you might define that? There are, you know, I'm sure we have different definitions of that, but I would say it's kind of one of the primary aims of education. What is the social or the collective problem that it's solving? And where does responsibility lie for the person? In the image of the child at the computer, who has responsibility for that child? How does it encourage individualization as opposed to personalization? So enabling the person to become something that they weren't before, something that hasn't been predetermined by the standards of a system. How does it encourage teacher professional development and autonomy? And also, how does it actually enable better relations to emerge between teachers and students? I don't think there are many answers to these questions in the literature on AI and education. And that for me is kind of one of the main problems with it, which isn't to say that they could be. These could potentially be interesting starting points for future research. So in conclusion, I think essentially we need much better visions of the future with AI than just a slightly improved flying car, which does pretty much the same thing as flying cars have always done, which is, you know, give us a sense of excitement, but actually never really happen, and for good reasons. And in other fields, I think there are just so many exciting things happening with AI. But in education, I think there's still a lot of imaginative work to do to have basically a better vision of education's future. Right, so that was going to be my presentation. Does anybody have any thoughts or any kind of questions you might like to raise?
Yeah, we're gonna have one question over here. Yeah, if you could introduce yourself and ask the question, please. Stand up.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation regarding differentiation. And I'm Fernando from Vietnam. My question is that differentiation and personalized learning has been introduced to most teachers nowadays. But the biggest problem is that they put it as a standard for most teachers to achieve in terms of their teaching quality. But to the point that these standards that are already added, which is evidence of differentiation, is limiting most of the teachers in terms of making their teaching personalized to deal with the students. So how should schools or even teachers deal with this pressure of standards surrounding us so that we can really fully achieve the value of individualized learning or personalization among our students?
I don't know if there's anybody in the room who kind of works with standards. Thank you. I may not be the best person because I don't work on kind of standards in schooling. So if anybody wants to kind of answer that, I mean, I can give you my opinion. So I teach in a university and we don't do differentiation in the classroom, but obviously there is differentiation across the university sector. By default, if it's not necessarily, it's not named as that. And it's kind of an ongoing struggle in schools, I realize, in terms of how do you actually do it. But I think on the whole, teachers, that's always what teachers have done effectively. So it depends how differentiation is meant to happen or how it's defined. If you have an idea of everyone moving towards the same goal, you have a kind of ranking of ability, and the research shows that it's very difficult for people to move between different sets. So once you get assigned to a particular set, that's kind of pretty much your educational future defined, and that's quite problematic, obviously. So I would say that at a very practical level, there can be advantages, but in terms of the significance for a cohort of children, streaming in setting has much bigger disadvantages for disadvantaged children already. So poorer children essentially don't do well out of differentiation when it's imposed as a structure, as opposed to teaching everyone in the classroom in the same way. So yeah, I appreciate in different contexts, in different countries, there'll be different policies. But in the UK, at least, there's been quite a lot of criticism of differentiation and streaming when it involves separating children out from each other and putting them into ability groups.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Yeah, don't be shy. It's a safe space.
Or thoughts. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be questions.
So yeah, there can be also if you want to comment on something that you found interesting, intriguing.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Rizal from Malaysia. Okay, I just thought of adding something that have been said regarding this. As how you said just now, it's always depending on the certain country's policy on how they actually want to have their education. I mean, we have like almost 222 countries in the world. And like how I look at it, every single country will have their own national philosophy of education, where they will look into, let's say, I'm taking my country, Malaysia. We have our philosophy of education look at producing a holistic individual. So our curriculum standards, how we are going to run the schools will base on that. So I think each country will have different, I will say, different scope, different criteria in order to do that. And nowadays, there are a lot of different way of running the education system. I mean, like some people, we have different types of system, let's say, for those who are at home, for those who are going to school. There are alternative education as well. And even the assessments nowadays, especially after this COVID, right? It has changed a lot. So I think going back to our Philippine friend, right? I think maybe we are from Asian country and the scope might be different. And if we try to get something from the European side, that is where I think we can learn from each other. Thank you very much.
I think that's a really great point. I grew up in France and then I moved to England. And one of the things that really struck me is what a person is in these different education systems is very different. So what a good student is in England will be different to what a good student is in Malaysia or in Indonesia or in China or in Vietnam. And And that's yeah, like you say, that's a good thing. That reflects the way in which education passes on social values and creates a space in which these values can be negotiated on an ongoing basis. So thinking back to Wayne's point about, quite a lot of personalization software is being developed by commercial companies. What you can have is the imposition of values and ideas of personhood from the countries where this software was developed. So a lot of personalization software in the UK comes from, philosophically, as it were, comes from the idea of standardized testing in the US. So there's a very strong emphasis on standardized testing in the US. And that's now being brought across the UK. And it's growing, and there's very little questioning of that, as whether it really works in the UK, or what problems it generates, which isn't to say it doesn't create massive problems in the US as well, but software is a great way of spreading values from a particular center where the software was developed. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Another round of applause for Caroline's lecture, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we continue with the more practical workshop, but still on the topic, learning about AI. So let me invite to the stage Dr. Aida Pretnar-Zagar. She's a researcher at Orange Data Mining and also teaching at the Faculty of Computer and Information Sciences at University of Ljubljana. And she will be running this 1.5-hour workshop. And at this point, we say goodbye to our online audience, because this is a very practical workshop. This is where you will need to use your computers as well. So unfortunately, it's not possible to enjoy it online. And then, yeah, find your seats again. Yeah. Okay. I don't know whether this works here, but time is up, unfortunately. I hope everyone had a turn. Yeah, well done, well done. Pass your envelope to NG, please. Yeah, and she will put it up. Yeah. Okay, let's resume. Okay. Very good. Time is up. A quick photo, and then pass your things to NG, huh? Yeah. NG is inside. Pass it, but NG is wherever you exactly need her to be. Yeah. Yeah, time is up. Yeah. Thank you. Please pass it to NG. Networking time, and you will continue with the people who you get to know maybe for the first time. So I invite everyone to take your seats because we are continuing with very exciting presentations and workshops in the afternoon. Good that we have this session. I hope your energy levels are a little bit up, so you are ready for Dr. Rona. So. Okay, yeah, it's my great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Rona Sharp, Director of the Center for Teaching and Learning at the Oxford University. So she will deliver a 30 minutes food for thought for us. So bring your notepads in front, and then let's see what she would like to share with us today. Dr. Rona, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for this inviting me to this wonderful event. I've enjoyed meeting the participants so much. I usually start by explaining where I'm from and saying, well, I'm from the University of Oxford, which is a beautiful city surrounded by green fields. But now I'm going to have to say, well, I come from the beautiful city of Oxford, but it's not as beautiful as Ljubljana, who's, you know, and the mountains around. It's just such a wonderful venue. So I'm the founding director of the Centre for Teaching and Learning at Oxford University, and we are a centre that aims to create conditions across the whole university where teaching excellence can thrive. We do staff development, as you might expect. We run courses for teachers, but we also do a lot of work on policy and strategy and guidance and support and networking like this. And our current challenge, as for many of you, is what do we do in terms of the strategy, the policy, the guidance around generative AI? That's our role in the centre. So I was asked to come and talk today about the roles and responsibilities of teachers and teacher trainers and teacher developers. And I'm sure that the people in this room, the innovators, are also, like me, trying to develop their colleagues' knowledge and experience with AI. So that's what this session is about. This session is about how can I help you to be that person that people come to get knowledge and advice about AI, to share that with your colleagues, to build their AI literacy as well. And I'm sure you have a role like that as the innovative teachers in your schools and the leading teachers in your countries, that you have a role to support others. So it is an interactive session. There is a Padlet, and I think Jožef is just going to share the link on WhatsApp so that you'll be able to get the link, and I'll also put it up on the slides here. So it's an interactive afternoon session. So while you are setting that up, I'll just give you a little bit of background. So I've been working in the field of digital education for about 30 years, I think, so quite a long time. And one of the things that I've reflected on, and in fact, in the introduction to this recent edited book, I reflected with my wonderful colleagues, Sue Bennett and Tundevaga Atkins, about what we've seen happen in the EdTech field, in the learning technology field. And of course, what we've noticed, and I think Wayne said this in the introduction, you talked about perpetuating existing practices. And what we've seen a lot in learning technology is that we have a huge amount of investment in technology in schools and in the classrooms and the universities, but it's replicating existing practices to a large extent. It's been transactional rather than transformative. So can you think of any examples of technologies which you might describe like this, reproducing existing practices or being transactional rather than transformative? What are you thinking of when I'm talking? Any examples? Moodle, so the virtual learning environment or the learning management system like Canvas or Blackboard or Moodle. Yep, that's top of my thinking as well. And I was talking to some participants last night who were talking about electronic whiteboards, for example, in schools, which might be another example of where it hasn't really changed very much. It's just a barrier to use. And what I'm really in, I suppose there's one exception actually, which is distance education. So I also work for the UK Open University on their MA in online teaching, which is a fabulous course, by the way. And I think their technology has really changed teaching practices. So when I started as a distance education tutor, it was correspondence tuition. It was writing feedback on printed out or handwritten scripts and putting them back in the post and then being sent to the students. And then we had first class, and then we had Teams and Zoom and all these other things. And now the experience is much more collaborative, much more communication between the students and the teachers, which allows us to do completely different things pedagogically. So I think that's probably an example, exception to this is distance education and how that's been transformed by technology. But disruptive tech, and what we said in our introduction to this book, is that when technology is being disruptive, it's not disrupting teachers' practices, it's disrupting students' practices. So students are doing very different things. And I was certainly around when Google came along, the search engine, and Wikipedia, and suddenly students were using these rather than using very carefully curated reading lists that their teachers had prepared for them. And I remember when my son went to university and I downloaded the reading list for his first course, and I bought him the textbooks and I sent him away, and he came back a year later with the textbooks like brand new. Because Google Scholar, Google, Wikipedia, and let's put ChatGPT in that same bracket as well as a disruptive technology. So these are disruptive technologies because they are free, they are easy to use, and they change what students do. And I think again, Wayne said they put students in charge. So they change it because it's the student who's in charge. They can research what they want when they want. They can learn what they want when they want. They can have the information presented in the way that they want. So it's being really, really disruptive. Now, back to what I said at the beginning about your role as teacher educators or teacher facilitators or role models of teachers. I think this is the way in to the conversation with our colleagues. If we go and say, we all need to change our teaching, we all need to change our assessment, well, the reaction that I get is we're very tired and we haven't got any time to do it. And we're very tired after the pandemic. We've already changed once to remote teaching, and now you're asking us to change again for artificial intelligence and generative AI. It's too difficult, okay? But if you start to talk about, well, look, your students are behaving completely differently. So your students' practices have changed and we need to respond to that, then I think that is the way in to students, to talking to our staff. So here's our challenge, I think, as teachers and teacher trainers or teacher educators. What we want to do is we want to look at what students are doing now, their current digital practices, and then shift it to being AI literate students, okay? That's our challenge. So we're not saying you have to teach in this way or you have to change your assessment in this way. We're just saying there's a problem here. Caroline talked about where are the problems, okay? There's a problem here with what students are doing and what we want them to be doing. And then we can use that to inform our teaching practices, our institutional infrastructure, our staff development, whatever your role is like that. So on the Padlet, so give me a quick, put your hand up if you've got the Padlet up now. Yes? On your mobile or your laptop or something. Yes? So you should see there's a first column there, which is what are students doing with generative AI? Can you see that? Let's just, yeah, oh yeah, you can see that. Okay, let's just put that back. So I'm just going to give you a minute to just fill that out. Oops. Have I gone? I'm just going to give you a minute to fill that out, just that first column, okay? What is it that students are doing with ChatGPT? Is that okay? People looking confused? And I don't want you just to say homework, okay? What are students doing with ChatGPT? A little more detail of the kinds of tasks that they're doing. You just want to look to the neighbors on either side and make sure they're all set up properly and help them if they're not. It's too far down the bottom, is it? So it's also, it's too low. Oh, I thought it was coming to help. It's also posted on the WhatsApp group. So the first column is how are students using generative AI tools? So we'll just do that one for the moment. And I will try and move this up a little bit. Who said earlier they were a Mac user? I'm also a Mac user. I'll try and do this. Oh. There we go. So it's just Padlet and then my name. And then we're lecture 2 today. ASEF_lecture_2. Okay, so we're getting loads of really good ideas here. So they're using it for homework, they're using it for fun, copy and paste, convenience. Okay. Great, I'm going to carry on, but please feel free to keep looking. I know so much about this event is sharing with your colleagues. So ChatGPT is not the first time that we've had to think about digital literacies and how we shift students' current practices to something that we might call a digitally literate student. And what I've done here is I've just shown a model that Helen Beetham and I developed for the JISC, I think about 15 years ago, which was a model of digital literacy development. And we're dusting it off now in the world of AI to see if it's still relevant. And what I've got down the left-hand side of this triangle are the students' current digital practices. So when Google and Wikipedia came out, what we discovered about how students were using these, we used these kinds of words, that students were conservative in their use of them. They were cautious. They were really used in a very superficial way. So some of those things that you've just said on the Padlet about copy and paste, just doing it to write essays, just doing it for homework, it was exactly that kind of thing. Very strategic use. So this is students' practices without intervention from a teacher. Okay, without any help from a teacher, this is what students will do with this. So they're very strategic, particularly if they're under pressure, they've got tight deadlines, it's a very high stakes assessment, then they tend to be more strategic. I put creative up there because we found maybe 10% of students were confident and creative in their use of digital tools, but the majority, quite simple use, quite superficial use. So despite the fact that we have generations who've grown up with technologies all around them, they don't necessarily know how to use them in ways that support their study. So this is our role. This is the intervention that we have to do in order to get them onto the other side of the triangle, where they're confident, they're flexible, by which I mean they're choosing the right tool for the right job. You know, Claude and Bard and Bing and ChatGPT all do slightly different things. So they're able to choose the right tool for the right task. And their use, when we talk about literacy, that word means that it's a social practice. It's very much situated within a context. It's quite a personalized use of technology. So students are using digital tools to meet their own personal needs, okay? And often with the support of others. So I think what we're trying to do is to say, how can we use this idea about digital literacies to shift students from their current digital practices, quite simple, through to digital literacies, more confident, agile adopters of technology. And then the bits in red, which I don't know if you can see from the back there, but this is a kind of hierarchical model of what students need in order to develop their digital practices, starting with access and awareness down at the bottom, through skills, developing social practices, and building their identity as a confident adopter. So what I've done is I've taken those elements of the model and put them into the Padlet. So there's a column now on access, and then there's a column on skills, and then there's a column on practices, and then there's a column on that kind of top level that we're thinking about creative use. So I'm just going to give you a chance to go through those one at a time. So let's start with access. So access should be quite a nice, easy one. So this is what it should be looking like for you. Yes? Great, excellent. And we'll just look at this access. So the access issues will be different for each of you, depending on your local, regional, and national context, I would think. But for us, for us in the UK, the access issue is mainly financial, okay? Now, it might be different where you are, but for us, some students are paying subscriptions to ChatGPT 4, and 5 has just been announced, hasn't it, that it's going to come out soon. So some students are paying for multiple digital tools that they have access to. Some rich universities are buying enterprise solutions to ChatGPT, for example, so that all students have access. So you've got this inequity immediately between the students who can afford to buy these tools and access them and the students who can't. And you've got a disadvantage there potentially. So I'll just give you a minute to go to the next column on the Padlet. So that's what the access issue is for me in my institution. That might be the same for you or it might be different. But what are the access issues around generative AI? And I'll just give you a minute to do that. Brilliant. So we've got a whole lot of different access issues as well as cost here. So we've got literacy and language. We've got having the hardware to access them. We've got age restrictions. So that's really, really interesting. And some people commenting on who has responsibility for providing these things. And actually, I think the difference between the free and the paid version of ChatGPT is quite an important one, because students, will often use it, or teachers use it who haven't paid and say, oh, this is really no good. I mean, 3.5 is really not very good. And then their students, or some of their students, are paying for 4 and getting much, much better answers out of it, which everyone isn't aware of. Okay, so I probably haven't got time to run through all of these columns, but let's just do skills, okay? And wave at me when I've finished time. But let's just do skills, because I think skills is quite an interesting one. And certainly over the summer, when I was working with my team in the Centre for Teaching and Learning and all this was happening, and I was saying, yes, but what's the one thing I need to be telling people? Because everyone's busy, they're tired. What's the one thing I need to say to people to learn? And we thought about it a lot, and we came back and said prompt engineering, okay? But creating good prompts for these AI systems. If there's one thing that we want to talk to people about, it's this. So we wrote a course in Canvas, our virtual learning environment, to help people write good prompts. So that's what we identified as a kind of key skill that students and staff need to become AI literate. But I'm sure you've got other ideas about skills as well, other things that you think will be really important. I mentioned earlier being able to choose between different tools. For example, an appropriate tool for the right job might be a really important skill. So you can put some ideas there as well. And hopefully you can all see your other ideas. These are the skills that students need to be able to use AI in an ethical and an effective way. What is it that we would need to teach them in order to be able to use AI in that way? So there's some great things about where we're trying to get to in here, what we want students to be able to do. But imagine, you were trying to run a course on it, or you're trying to teach your students how to use it well. What do they need to know? They need to know which tool to go to do which kind of task, how to prompt it, those kinds of things. Okay. So you can follow this right through, and I hope that I've set up something that you can continue to look at and continue to share ideas with each other, because you haven't had time to get round and talk to everybody. We've talked to most people, but not quite everybody. But I just mentioned practices, because practices and skills are sometimes confused. So practice is more like a habit, a way that you perform a certain task, which becomes habitual. It's usually a social practice that meets your particular need. And what we're trying to do within universities is to model the kind of practices that we want students to adopt. And this is based on the Russell Group's AI principles, the guidance that's given to UK research-intensive universities, which we help to develop. And this is the guidance, and you've got into this a bit in the skills column. I can tell you're thinking in the way that I'm thinking as well over in practices. So we want students to develop a practice of when they receive an output from ChatGPT to critique it, to engage with a wider range of resources, to cross-check it, to use it to generate questions as well as answers. So these are all the kinds of practices that we want them to develop. Okay. The creativity, the kind of pinnacle of the triangle, I think, is really all about assessment, because I think assessment drives so much of what tasks students engage in, what activities students engage in is driven by their assessment. And I've put some links up there about the way that people are starting to reconsider assessment. But I know for many of you working in national education systems, you don't have a lot of choice over the way that your students are assessed. So here we are, just to sum up then. You put all these things together, your access, your skills, your practices, your creativity, and that gets us to some kind of description of what a learner or a graduate would need to look like, how they would need to behave to effectively utilize generative AI tools. I've put some links in. There are people who are starting to think about this. I haven't seen any really good examples yet, but if someone wants to post them in the Padlet, I'll very happily take a look. But I think at Oxford, and I'm going to tell you this just to make the point about how specific this is to your local context, my Centre for Teaching and Learning really tries to promote inclusive teaching. So our version of AI literacy is how our diverse community of students can use these tools to overcome disadvantage. So that is our particular notion of AI literacy, which suits our context. So for instance, neurodiverse students, students with dyslexia and other neurodiversity can use these tools to ask it to present information to them in different ways, in different formats. Our students from different educational backgrounds can use it to catch up subjects that they may not have been taught at school. So we have an issue with Latin not being taught in all schools, for example. So you can use it to refresh your knowledge of Latin or Greek when you come to university. We have multilingual students, something that you've talked about a lot in the Padlet, where we can encourage them to use ChatGPT in their native or their target languages to improve their linguistic skills. So this is our particular version of literacy. And so much of it is really about the production of fluent text, which I think is something that in higher education we have overvalued for too long, the production of fluent text. And so students see that as a way to help, and it is potentially a way to reduce the disadvantage of people who find that more difficult to produce. So I'm going to stop there, I think. And yes, 7 minutes left. I think I must, because it says 3 o'clock on my thing. Okay, you get a bonus slide. I always have 2 endings, just in case. So this is my bonus slide. All right. I've talked about how we can use what we know about digital literacies to inform our response to AI. And I'm encouraging us all to look at what is already known rather than to treat this as a completely new project, a completely new problem. And I think it's the same if you're involved in developing an institutional response, if you have that kind of responsibility, an institutional response or a national response, there are things that we can learn from other literatures and practices as well as the digital literacy one. So there is a whole lot known about school leadership. There's a whole lot known about crisis management that we drew on during the COVID pandemic. And I've just put a couple of really good books up here, which can help us in how we work as teacher educators and how we work with our colleagues. So for instance, Chip and Dan Heath have written Switch, which is a really popular book. It's the kind of book that you find at an airport, all right? But it really talks a lot about knowing where you're headed, by which I mean, what's your local definition of AI literacy that meets your needs, okay? So knowing where you're headed and showing colleagues a smooth and easy path to get there, not a difficult one, making that path really smooth and easy for them, such as by saying, here are some nice activities you can do with students to find out how they are using these tools and how different that is from how you'd like them to be using these tools. And then Vivian Robinson, I don't know, has anyone heard of Vivian Robinson? Who's a No? Okay. So has written really beautifully about school leadership, which talks about a values-based approach to any kind of change. And whether the change is driven by AI or anything else, the changes to teaching and assessment that are coming, she talks about staying true to your school's values. I've talked about inclusivity as values that's really important to my center and where I work, but it will be different for you. So think about what's really important to your school values. And the other thing, particularly from a kind of crisis response, which Tundivada Atkins and colleagues talk about in this paper down at the bottom here, is about having the right experts in the room to help you decide what that response is. So this is really just about drawing on what is already known around the sectors and being able to use those as you plan your response to support your colleagues to develop their students' AI literacies. And I will stop there. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Professor Rona Sharp. Okay. Questions. We have time to take about 3 questions, okay? We will collect them together. Yeah? Okay, first one here.
Okay, hello, my name is Chodon Timur, and I'm from Mongolia. And thank you for your practical information about your AI. And I have one question. You used the term that said neurodiversity students, so please explain more this term. What?
So neurodiversity is a kind of umbrella term that's used to encompass students with dyslexia, dyspraxia, attention deficit disorder, so a whole range of things like that. The language, I think, is important. So we've moved away from what used to be learning disabilities, and then it used to be learning differences, and now it's neurodiversity. So it's just saying, well, there's a continuum, yes, of diversity in the same way that we talk about autistic spectrum, for example, and we're all at different points on that continuum.
Next one over there, Fernando.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation regarding AI. My main question is that we are all teachers here, and the biggest problem is in the next future or in the next years to come, there will be a shortage. So how can we address these different challenges and changes in education, and how can we transpire to future teachers?
So how can you encourage people to come into the teacher profession?
Yeah, thinking that AI can answer everything. With the perspective of many people right now, because for example, in Vietnam, we're running out of more than 70,000 teachers for just this year alone, and in one subject. And regarding this concept, are we going to invest more on AI, or how are we going to ensure that education will still be maximized, thinking that we have very limited resources?
Okay, not a question for me, I don't think. Someone got any answers? Any suggestions for encouraging more people into the teaching profession? I mean, other than pay, status, qualifications? No. I mean, that sounds like, you know, a really big challenge for you. I'm not sure how it relates to AI. Is that being seen as a deterrent for people to come in because of AI?
Or how can AI bridge the gap among generation of teachers?
I don't know.
Okay, here we have either a comment, maybe someone has an idea how to bridge the gap, or a question.
It's basically a comment.
Yeah.
With the situation with educators leaving the profession, particularly younger educators not leaving early and not replacing those of us who are a bit longer in the tooth. In some ways, having a co-pilot who is there to support and make it more accessible for students, maybe that we actually really do need to look at what we're doing so that we're better using the expertise that we have. So those things that are rote, or those things that can be guided by AI, a chat bot that is a coach, a facilitator rather than an answer giver, so that the teachers can actually then bring a more nuanced engagement with the student. And thereby, while that teacher's still in the classroom, the numbers of teachers, it may help us deal with the fact that we're losing teachers, because frankly, we all know it's because we don't get paid enough and we don't get any respect. So unless you're in Japan, by the looks of it, and Finland maybe, but generally speaking, we don't. So as a consequence, people aren't coming in. So this is a reality. So maybe we should be looking at AI as in a very productive way that's going to support us so that we can better support our students and take away some of the grunt activities, and maybe find a way to raise our status in society's view.
Yeah, that makes sense. Certainly in my experience, and I started at the beginning saying, you know, I haven't really seen tech change teaching practices, but I have seen practical challenges change teaching practices, definitely. And, you know, way back when I started, it was the massification of higher education. So for the people I was working closely with, their student group sizes doubled or trebled within a couple of years. And that required a change to teaching practices. Or when your professional body changes its rules and regulations. So yes, I think definitely teaching practices often change as a pragmatic response to a change in the environment. And this could be another example of that. Yeah. Yeah.
Lovely. I think that's a very intriguing thought to finish with.
Okay.
And thank you for raising this. So thank you so much, Dr. Rona. We stop the online streaming now for today. And can I ask for a round of applause for our presenter? Thank you so much. And moving on, we invite to the stage Dr. Wayne Hall.